Much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everyone to the council meeting of Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. And before we read the land acknowledgement, I just want to cover off a couple of housekeeping items. If while in chamber, please put your cell phones on silent. And when you come to the podium during presentations, deputations, or open forum, please adjust the mic to speak clearly into the end of it, as this meeting is being live streamed and recorded and put on YouTube after, so everyone can hear you clearly at home. And the same advice is for council members when you're asking questions and in discussion. I'd like to acknowledge the Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetanguishene. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory, and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We're all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Miigwech. Madam Clerk, may we have a draft motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026 be received and adopted as amended to add as item 13B, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, Resolution Bill 100, Better Regional Governance Act 2026.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
Thank you very much. All in favor? That is carried. Are there any members of council that has a pecuniary interest to disclose? Councillor Shell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Greenlaw. Motion 4, or sorry, Section 4B, Development Services regarding solicitor-client privileges regarding official plan appeals on short-term rentals, STR accommodation policies. I wish to declare that I own and operate an STR.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. That's noted. Any other pecuniary interest to declare? Seeing none, may you have a motion to go into closed session, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 3:06 p.m. to discuss solicitor-client privilege, official plan appeals, short-term rental, STR accommodation policies, education or training of members in accordance with Section 239, 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, security of municipal property, information technology, critical infrastructure.
Thank you very much. I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. And just for the public to know, we will resume back in open session at 4:50. Okay, so we'll see everyone. much, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise and report out from close, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 4:28 p.m., at which time we shall report on the closed session items 4B and C.
All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 4B?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the confidential presentation presented by Brent Spagnell, Director of Development Services and Legal Counsel, regarding council solicitor-client privilege, official plan amendments, short-term rentals, accommodation policies be received, that staff and legal counsel proceed as outlined.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And may we have a motion for item 4C, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the confidential presentation provided by Donna Hewitt, Director of Corporate Services, and Jason Sharapenko, Information Technology Technician, re-education or training of members in accordance with Section 239(3)(1) of the Municipal Act 2021 as amended, security of municipal property, information technology, critical infrastructure be received.
Thank you very much. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And now under item 5, minutes of councils and committees, may we have a draft motion for the 2 sets of minutes, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the special council meeting held on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, and the minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, April the 8th, 2026, be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
Call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. We're now at item 6, recognitions of achievements and introductions. On behalf of council, I'd like to express our congratulations to Jamie Crane on her achievement. Mrs. Watson, can you introduce Jamie and provide an overview of the significant accomplishments, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Happy to introduce Jamie Crane to council today. She has been with us, just completed her 4 years of service with us. She's our human resources and safety advisor. She has recently achieved the labor relations certification with Queen's University Industrial Relations course. It is a 12-credited program that focuses on labor management processes, conflict resolution, workforce planning, and talent management. So congratulations, Jamie.
Jamie, you're welcome to speak if you'd like.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you to the township for this investment and opportunity. It was a fantastic learning experience, and I appreciate the support, and I look forward to using this certification moving forward with the township.
Thank you very much, Jamie, and it's great to see that we have staff that want to constantly strive for improvement and make themselves better, more qualified, and thank Kelly and Mr. Binns for investing in our staff. It's very important. Madam Clerk, may we have a draft motion for the recognition, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that Jamie Crane, Health and Safety Human Resources Advisor, be recognized. Re-achievement of the Labor Relation Certification, Queen's University Industrial Relations Center.
Call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. And once again, Jamie, congratulations and thank you for all the hard work. Okay, we have no public meetings this week, but under deputations presentations, I'd like to welcome a deputation by Diana Portis, and Heather Lewis on behalf of the Canadian Federation of University of Women. If you please proceed, welcome to the chamber, and please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Heather Lewis is here as my backup, but so I will be doing the speaking today. Good afternoon, Your Worship and Oro-Medonte councillors. Thank you for allowing us to make this deputation to you today. My name is Diane Portis, and I am president of CFUW Aurelia, as well as an Oro-Medonte resident. CFUW Aurelia is a local women's organization which believes in education, advocacy, and equality. Our club has over 120 members and is part of a national organization which has over 6,700 members across Canada. Our advocacy initiatives includes many topics dealing with rights for women, but also dealing with environmental concerns. So the fact that today is Earth Day is a bonus. And in recognition of this day, I have to tell you, I printed my notes on the backside of some scrap papers to do a small part for the planet today. However, today's deputation is not about the Earth, it's about intimate partner violence and why it must be declared an epidemic. As I stand before you, I dedicate this presentation to all the women and children whose lives have been cut short or forever altered due to intimate partner violence, IPV, and to those who still live in fear and under the threat of violence. Next slide. Today's deputation is in partnership with Greenhaven Shelter for Women. We are grateful for the support as well of North Simcoe Victim Services, Beamanogzogan Regional Aboriginal Women's Circle, otherwise known as BROC, the Ontario Association of Interval and Transition Houses, the Lighthouse, and the Simcoe Area Women's Institute. You'll notice that many people here today are wearing purple, and I noticed one of your councillors is also wearing purple by chance. Purple is recognized as a symbol of solidarity with survivors of intimate partner violence and helps bring attention to the issue. There's a lot to cover in this deputation, and it's my hope that following the presentation we'll have time for further discussion. First, I'd like to begin with the purpose of today's deputation. Next slide. Today we're asking Council to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic in the township of Oro-Medonte. As of today, 111 municipalities across Ontario have already taken this step. As you may have heard, Romero Township has made that declaration last week, and so we're grateful for their support in this. A declaration does not require a financial commitment from the municipality. Rather, it recognizes the seriousness of the issue, raises awareness, and supports the organizations working directly with victims and their families. To understand why this declaration matters, it's important to briefly look at the broader context of violence against women in Canada. Next slide. December 6, 1989 remains one of the most tragic events in Canadian history. 14 women were murdered at Montreal's École Polytechnique simply because they were women. This event forced Canada to confront the reality of violence against women and led to the creation in 1981 of the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. While this tragedy occurred decades ago, violence against women continues today, including in our communities. Led by the United Nations in 2008, November 25th was declared the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. The 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which begins on November 25th, is an international campaign that encourages people around the world to unite and take action to prevent and end GBV. During this period, we hold a candlelight vigil on December 6th to honor the memory of these 14 women as well as others. Next slide. Gender-based violence can take many forms, including intimate partner violence. It refers to violence that is rooted in gender inequality and power imbalance. It includes many forms of abuse, including harassment, sexual violence, coercion, coercive control, and exploitation. One of the most common forms of gender-based violence is intimate partner violence. IPV can occur in both opposite sex and same-sex relationships. It's not gender neutral, but most victims are female and 91% of the perpetrators are men. A particularly dangerous form of intimate partner violence is coercive control, which involves patterns of intimidation, and manipulation used to control a partner, including using threats to pets and children. Research consistently shows that coercive control is one of the strong predictors of femicide. Next slide, please. Let's share some statistics now. All of our statistics are fully supported by research, and a complete bibliography is available on the last slide of this deputation. With the first fact, it's important to know that 33% of Canadian women equals 4.7 million women. For women who live in rural communities like Oro-Medonte, leaving an abusive relationship can be difficult. Isolation, limited transportation, lack of childcare, and housing shortages all create barriers to safety. There's also the challenge that everyone knows everyone else, which can make reporting abuse very difficult. These factors increase the vulnerability of victims in rural communities. All these national statistics remind us that it's not an isolated issue. It's a widespread and persistent problem. Next slide, please. A recent report from the Ontario Provincial Police is deeply concerning. It shows that in 2024, there was an 18% increase in intimate partner violence victims compared to the previous year. The OPP have introduced the role of detachment abuse issues investigators, and they confirm that IPV rates in our region exceed the provincial average. Simcoe County currently has just 2 officers in this role. Locally, IPV is grouped with broader mental health statistics, which masks the true scope of this issue. It's estimated that 80% of those experiencing IPV do not report it to the police due to belief that it's a private matter, that it's not serious enough, fear of stigma or shame, and lack of trust in the justice system. Next slide, please. North Simcoe Victim Services provides support to victims of crime and traumatic events throughout our region. Their statistics show that calls relating to IPV increased 64% in just 2 years. As already stated, approximately 4 out of 5 victims do not report intimate partner violence, meaning the true number is significantly higher. Next slide, please. Greenhaven Shelter for Women serves both Orillia and surrounding regions, including Oro-Medonte. Last year alone, they received more than 1,000 crisis calls, with 79 women and 33 children staying at the shelter. However, because of limited capacity, 209 women seeking help had to be referred elsewhere, as Greenhaven has only 14 rooms and stays often last 6 to 8 weeks. The referral of 209 women seeking shelter to other places is staggering. The next closest shelters to Greenhaven are located in Bracebridge, Minden, Lindsay, Midland, and Barrie. While Barrie might be close, the other options can mean further isolating these women from their other support systems. The lighthouse is also an option, but is often at capacity and not suitable for children. I've included the Oro-Medonte column from Greenhaven stats, but there's another figure to consider, that 20% of all of their calls are from an unknown location, and so we must assume that some of them are also from Oro-Medonte. These facts underscore the need for greater awareness and support. Next slide, please. In 2015, 3 women in Renfrew County were murdered by a former partner. The CWK inquest, as it was titled, was hailed by experts as a gift of solutions, producing 86 recommendations to improve responses to intimate partner violence. The first recommendation was that the Government of Ontario should formally declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic. Recommendation number 10 was also to encourage that IPV be integrated into every municipality's community safety and well-being plan. Although the province has not yet taken that step, municipalities across Ontario have begun to act. In rejecting to call out APV as an epidemic, the Ontario government says epidemic refers only to an infectious disease. Next slide, please. The Canadian government's acknowledgement follows calls to treat IPV as a widespread, non-communicable crisis requiring urgent society-wide action. AMO's declaration states that municipal governments are key partners in responding to issues of intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, and violence against Indigenous women. Next slide, please. This is a map of Ontario which denotes which communities have made the declaration with IPV as an epidemic. These municipalities represent approximately 70% of the population of Ontario. As previously noted, the number has now increased to 111, despite what the slide says, after our deputation at Romero last week. As more municipalities declare IPV an epidemic, the people of Ontario are putting pressure on the province to act. Next slide, please. These declarations from nearby communities underscore what we know. IPV is a critical issue, and as you may have noticed, we've not yet updated this chart to include Wimmera. Next slide, please. For every femicide that has been reported, there are countless more survivors who are not safe in their homes, not safe in their jobs or in their communities. By declaring Oro-Medonte can join the growing number of municipalities and regions in demanding action from all levels of government to address this. By endorsing this declaration, you would be joining advocates and 111 other municipalities from around the province. The concept is meant to shine a light on the issue and drive the provincial government to action. In the words of Brock Executive Director Candace Hawk, by supporting this initiative, it would demonstrate to victims that community leaders recognize this and are aiming to reduce the stigma associated with victims leaving violent relationships. A declaration as such would make significant steps in raising awareness of the ongoing need for resources and supports to be made available in the community. Next, please. As our letter of support from Kim Neshaw, Executive Director of North Simcoe Victim Services, states, North Simcoe Victim Services wholeheartedly supports this initiative advocated by CFUW Arroyo to declare intimate partner violence crisis in our region. Our statistics alone for calls for support for victims of intimate partner violence have increased 64% from 2023 to 2025. Those in abusive relationships can feel hopeless and isolated, but a declaration of intimate partner violence as an epidemic can help change that. You would be sending a message that survivors are seen, they matter, they are not alone, and there is hope. Next, please. So we respectfully ask that the Oro-Medonte Council to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. This declaration would demonstrate leadership, raise awareness, and support frontline organizations in our community. It would also align Oro-Medonte with all the other municipalities across Ontario, recognizing the urgency of this issue. Such a declaration sends a powerful message. Survivors are seen, they matter, and they're not alone, and there is no cost to this action. We would also encourage Council to write to neighboring municipalities that have not yet made this declaration and to support the same declaration at the County of Simcoe, and also to urge the province to recognize IPV as an epidemic. Should you proceed, we would be pleased to offer advocacy suggestions and work alongside staff to support next steps. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Portis, and it's a very, very serious issue that you bring forward to us, and we appreciate that. Members of council, I'll open the floor at this time for any questions or comments. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you for everyone here behind you who's showing this strong support. I remember the École Polytechnique matter. I was in university at the time studying, and it's long been a burden, shall we say, in our hearts and certainly of the minds of those who have studied in that field since. It's unfortunate that after this many decades, we still find ourselves confronted with such an issue, and unfortunately not only confronted, but appears to be escalating. So I'm very much in support of what you're saying here today, and thank you for coming out and making it an issue of an awareness for our population.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Diane, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with you and having you bring me up to date on the work that you're doing in order to raise awareness for this. So I thank you for you and your committee who do this hard work to, bring light to a very secretive situation for many, many women. I know personally from experiences how that can unfold or not unfold, and it's a devastating situation to be in or to witness. So I very much appreciate you being here today. I believe we're going to go to open forum, and there's some members of your group that are going to speak. Oh, great. And because
Yes,
then
there are.
after that, I'm going to ask for a waive in procedure. So thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments at this time? Ms. Porras, thank you very much. You know, and as Councillor Hutchison said, appreciate all the hard work you and your organization have done to bring light to a very dark situation that we would like to eliminate and moving forward as an evolving society. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to ask that we waive procedure so we can deal with the open forum matters that are speaking to this item at this time.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
If, general
Council
consensus of
is-
council to proceed.
Okay. So we'll open up the open forum component of this. And as a rule, our rules of engagement are 2 minutes to speak. Because of the nature and of this, I'm also going to ask council that we can waive procedure, that if people do go over 2 minutes, we will not be cutting you off. But also respecting that if you can, keep it to as close to that as possible. But I want to make sure we hear everything that needs to be said. So you can come to the mic if you can just give your name and then proceed, and then would be happy for the first person to step forward.
Mr.
Sorry,
Mayor,
yes.
we do have registrations.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So we have Karen Baldock. Okay.
She also has ESP. So.
She does.
So yes, my name is Karen Baldock. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. And I am an Oro-Medonte resident as well. I am definitely in support of the deputation that Diane gave today, and welcome the opportunity that she was provided to do that. And I would just like a message to you as councillor members that one of the most important things that local governments can do is to send a clear message that intimate partner violence is socially unacceptable in our community. By declaring IPV an epidemic, Oro-Medonte would be showing leadership, supporting survivors, reducing stigma, and helping create a safer future for our families. This declaration says to victims, we see you, we believe you, and the community cares. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, if you would like to call the next person, please.
Dale Rowe.
Thank you. Mayor Greenlaw, members of council, and members of the public, I'm here to support the Canadian Federation of University Women's request to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. My name is Dale Rowe. I'm the executive director at the Lighthouse in Aurelia, and I was hoping to speak on gender-based violence in the homeless population. As you saw from the presentation, over 200 women were sent elsewhere, and hopefully not to the streets. So as you know, homelessness is both a social issue and a health issue. Homelessness has increased by 25% since 2022 and 15% in women. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario's research indicates that homelessness will double in the next 10 years without significant intervention. Intimate partner violence and gender-based violence could lead to homelessness, and the physical and emotional health of people experiencing homelessness is very concerning. People experiencing homelessness have half the life expectancy of the general population. 50% of people experiencing homelessness have mental illness. Most people experiencing homelessness have experienced a significant trauma, and youth who enter the shelter system are more likely to experience chronic homelessness. So these stats are from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and the Canadian Observancy on Homelessness. So at the Lighthouse, we don't actually track gender-based violence, as it's not a requirement for our services. However, as the feeling of safety increases in shelter for women and gender diverse people and trust builds, many stories of traumatic experiences have been shared with staff. 25% of women experiencing homelessness report sexual assault living on the streets. And survival strategies mean women and gender diverse individuals are forced to use sex in exchange of basic needs like shelter, food, and money. Trafficking is also in particular of youth, is a hidden problem in our community and quite concerning. So the Lighthouse is generously funded by the County of Simcoe, and we fundraise for about a third of our services, like mental health supports and medical clinics. And we're grateful for this support from both our county and our community. One of the alarming things that we've experienced is, or actually a good thing, is that when we've invested in mental health in the shelter, we've seen significant change. So from just an example, we've reduced our phone calls to OPP for de-escalation services by having our own in-house mental health support by 50%, which is a big savings to communities. So I hope that that kind of demonstrates that when we do that kind of investment, it helps the entire community, not just the people experiencing those situations. And it will take a full community response to improve these situations. Advocacy for more mental health and addiction services, supportive and deeply affordable housing, and basic income guarantee could help. Private citizens can make a difference too. Intentional social connections are critical. Caring for one another and showing up with empathy is a great start. Designing communities and neighborhoods for social connections is also critical. So while these problems are huge, there is hope if we work together as a community. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dale, and I appreciate, because I had the pleasure of visiting your the Lighthouse the other day at your AGM, and the great work that you do there. And it's, you know, this is how we will overcome these problems, by different agencies working collectively together. And I encourage that, and we'll support that also at county. So thank you for your efforts. Madam Clerk, the next person, please.
Lynn Fisher.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, and community members. I'm here as a Oro-Medonte resident and as a 25-year member of the Simcoe Women's Area Institute. And if you're not aware of the Women's Institute, we do an awful lot of community work and have supported this deputation from the beginning, and encourage you to support it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else registered?
No, Mr. Mayor, but there may be members of the gallery.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to open up any further. Please just come to the and just state your name and
thank you very much. So my name is Heather Lewis, and I, along with Diane and other women, have been working on this intimate partner violence initiative for a year and a half. And I just want to speak to the police statistics. So the statistics that Diane clarified was the 18% year over year, 23 to 24 province-wide. And we tried our absolute hardest to get statistics for Simcoe County, and they are not available. I can't tell you the number of people we talked to. I met with the detachment abuse issues investigators, and they confirmed that IPV rates in our region exceed the provincial average, hence why they have 2. Mostly across the province, they have 1. But as Diane said, trying to get the stats is hard, and locally they group it as mental health statistics, which includes hoarding, suicides, and crisis calls, and intimate partner violence. So that's why we're going with that 18%, because that, as well as the fact that we have 2 detachment abuse issues investigators, is the best that we can offer you in terms of actual stats. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please step forward to the mic.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of staff, and the community. My name is Krista Story, and I'm the Executive Director of Greenhaven Shelter for Women. And I can't tell you how important this advocacy work is, to have people in the community shouting this epidemic from the rooftops. The amount of work that we have to do at the shelter, as Diane has already pointed out, is immense for such a small agency. Greenhaven is now in its 35th year, operating out of Aurelia, but serving, of course, Oro-Medonte, Severn, and Ramera as well. So we thank you very much for your attention today and your attention to this very important topic. And I also want to thank all of those people behind me who have worked so hard to bring this presentation to you today. So thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Is anyone else would like to speak at this time? Council members, is there any questions or comments you have for any of the people that spoke? Councillor Schell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. To the audience, what type of grant monies are available to help you?
There's no money to help us, but what it would do is it puts pressure on the province, because then organizations like Greenhaven and the Lighthouse can say that Oro-Medonte, Ramera have declared intimate partner violence as an epidemic. We need more funding from community services. Is that the ministry? Have I got that correct? Ministry of Community, Children, Community, and Social Services. So it allows them, when they are looking for money, to put a bigger push on.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Young?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm personally very supportive of this. Listen to you guys and the agencies that you represent here. It's very much needed out there. And again, I've seen it firsthand what you're talking about. I'm a former police officer from Hamilton, and so I've seen what you talk about firsthand, and where there's children involved, and mom and dad are fighting, all the rest of it, sort of thing, you know. And so I'm very supportive of what you're doing there, and much needed. So good luck.
Thank you. So if there's no other questions, I want to thank everyone for showing the support in chamber, and I want to thank you for your presentation. It's really great to see, though, the number of different organizations that collectively are coming together to drive this awareness, which I think is the main goal right now, is to drive awareness so that the province will provide funding in order to overcome this dreaded action. So I appreciate that. And Madam Clerk, could you provide us, is there a motion?
Yes, there is, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Hutchison. If you could provide your seconder for the motion.
Yes, my seconder is Councillor Clark.
Councillor Clark, thank you. And as the councillor indicated, we have a section in here to waive procedure, because it's not customary to pass a motion with respect to
Okay, and council's fine with that.
a delegation.
Thank you.
Okay, moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the deputation by Diane Fortis on behalf of Canadian Federation of University Women, CFUW, Aurelia Re-Intimate Partner Violence, IPV, be received. That procedural bylaw number 2023-043, section 14.80 be waived. And whereas more than 4 in 10 Canadian women have experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime, and 1 in 10 experience it almost daily. And whereas the Ontario Provincial Police have determined that in 2024, there was an 18% increase in intimate partner violence victims compared to 2023, and whereas North Simcoe Victim Services has had an increase in calls of 64% between 2023 and 2025. And whereas the Green Havens Women's Shelter, which serves Oro-Medonte, received more than 1,025 crisis calls in the 2024-2025 year period. And whereas the risk of intimate partner violence is 75% higher in rural communities like the Township of Oro-Medonte. Therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Oro-Medonte declares intimate partner violence as an epidemic. And further, that the Township of Oro-Medonte respectfully requests the Province of Ontario to declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic under the Mayor's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So everyone's heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none opposed. Could you mark that unanimous, please? Okay. Thank you very much as well. Okay, so, was that? Yeah. Well, we'll give a minute or two. No, please, you can leave. I just know our meetings are so exciting. You want to stick around, but you know, we take it as a compliment if we're boring. But thank you very much for your time and great presentations.
I didn't get.
Well, I guess we can resume. We're on item 9, and if there are any members in the public that are in chamber now that would like to have anything move forward because they're not staying for the end of the meeting, please let us know.
He shut the door.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll get it corrected. Okay, there's nothing that needs to be moved forward. Madam Clerk, we're in the official open forum component now, so I don't know if anybody is registered online on any of the other items on the agenda.
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not have any further registrations
Okay.
for open forum.
Okay, and there's doesn't seem to be anyone in chamber that looks to speak to open forum. So we will move on to item 11, reports of municipal officers for action. May we have a draft motion for item 11A, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell, be it resolved that OCS 2026-02, Dylan Flannery, Director of Operations and Community Services, City of Orillia, recreational funding request be received and adopted. That staff be directed to provide a written response to the City of Orillia's letter dated August 12th, 2025, indicating that Oro-Medonte will not be entering into a recreation funding agreement at this time. And that staff work with the City of Orillia to communicate Orillia's change in policy to Oro-Medonte residents.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Is there any questions or comments in regards to this item? At this time, no. Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a draft motion for item 11B, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark, be it resolved that PC 2026-01, Kelly Watson, Director of People and Culture, Council remuneration and expenses be received and adopted. That Council approve the recommendations as outlined in Schedule A of PC 2026-01. That Council approve option 1 as outlined in Schedule C of PC 2026-01. And that the appropriate draft bylaw be brought forward for Council's consideration.
Members of Council, the floor is now open for any questions or comments in regards to this matter. Seeing none, then
Well, I wanted to talk about the municipal services corp compensation, but it's not part of this.
no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay. So there are no questions, it seems, from members of council, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none opposed, so that is carried. We're now on to item 12A. Reports of municipal officers from information only. Members of council, are there any questions in regards to the report of 12A of Gary McCarthy? Councillor Bard.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Gary. Noticed that it seems that the number of visits for building inspections has almost doubled in the last little while. Do we charge per inspection, or are some people getting their work done faster than others? And is there a way we could encourage people to not have as many visits if we're not paying per visit?
Thank you very much for the question. Mr. McCartney,
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
yes, I can, please.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, Councillor Bard. Very good question. So the analysis for our fees review was actually based on the more current number of inspections that take place for the average permit. So they do technically pay for the average number of inspections. If there are additional inspections that would be over and above what would be the average number, there are additional inspection fees. Those additional inspection fees are not applied until we get into a situation where they're not working through the process. We understand that with building inspections, they pass, they fail. If we're going back for a visit without progress, and they're wasting time, that's where we use the additional inspection fee. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCartney. Any other questions on this matter? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next with respect to 12B. Members of council, any questions or comments in regards to 12B, which is Camille's development engineering security reduction request? I think it's all pretty straightforward. Are there any questions in respect to 12C, Curtis Shelswell Municipal Law Enforcement Activity Report? Seeing none, we're now at item D. Are there any, well, actually, CAO Benz, would you like to provide summary comments in regards to this matter, please?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to council. Really pleased to provide this update on council's 2024 to 2027 strategic plan. I think maybe as a starting point, just about the strategic plan. The strategic plan, I think, as all members of council know, really sets the direction for the corporation. And acts as a roadmap of our goals and our priorities, as well as articulating the mission, vision, and values for the organization and how we operate as a corporation. You'll recall from the 2025-2026 budget process that has been redeveloped essentially to provide full integration into the strategic plan. And you'll see that on the second page of the report, the top-down elements of the strategic plan and the bottom-up elements, and that's really the planning and control systems for the organization. That the strategic plan sets the priorities, and those priorities are constantly changing with the external environment, and we've seen significant changes in policy just over the last number of council meetings, changes in provincial policy, two annexations that weren't really fully on the radar at the time of the strategic plan in an ice storm, for example, and not only the response, but the funding to do that. So really integrating those elements into the strategic planning process, that focus then becomes the focus for staff and is articulated down through the performance management process. And really what that does is outlines through the budget process the resources that are being directed to advance those corporate priorities, those objectives in the areas of service, and providing transparency in the work that we're doing and accountability for the investment on the outcomes and accomplishments. So you'll see in the report card, we've tried to highlight the the respective goals and objectives. And at the same time, capturing a number of those things that are really dynamic in nature that have been accomplished as opportunity and challenges arise, and through council direction to move some of those objectives along. Really happy to report that a lot of those objectives are either fully complete or ongoing. And when I say ongoing, they're really foundational elements that are key to the township's transition from a small town to a mid-sized municipality, and are subject to ongoing management. So although the framework has been initiated or the processes and systems are in place, they're now subject to ongoing management, continuous improvement, and will now be part of an enhanced reporting format. And you've seen that through some of the financial reports and the reports coming into to budget. Over the past several years, as I mentioned, we've really addressed some pretty significant challenges. A digital transformation, and council's heard a lot about that in areas of focus for our budget, and service transformation. A couple meetings, last meeting of council, you received the customer service standards, and again, that's another example of a foundational element. We've concluded the process with the city of Barrie, and are in the process of concluding that with Aurelia, and an unprecedented declaration of an emergency last year, and now the recovery of funds from the province, just to name a few significant pieces. And it was tough to actually align and to condense the number of accomplishments across the organization into a number of pages. So the milestone report does provide an update on the objectives and their current status, as well as those outcomes and accomplishments. And I really do think they speak for themselves and reflect the collective work of council, the entire township team, and our community supports, and the community that are aligned with this. This is also the community strategic plan. The plan does go to 2027, and we will be undertaking a new strategic planning process through 2027. Council will recall the budget for 2027 will be a transitional budget, and some of the major pieces that are areas of focus in moving from a small town to a mid-sized municipality and financial sustainability. We've got some really key initiatives underway with the growth management strategy, a long-term financial plan, some of the initiatives that have been initiated by council will then be further foundational elements to build on that next strategic plan with those longer-term plans, those bottom-up pieces, to really hone in on priorities moving forward. So with that, Mayor Greenlaw, members of council, that's a summary of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Binns. I'll open the floor at this time to any members of council for questions or comments. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Binns, and thank you to staff for producing this report. Thank you to all of my colleagues here at the Horseshoe and all of the staff members throughout the organization. I think it's important for the community to realize this is their strategic plan. I think it's important to realize that in the evolution of the next version of this strategic plan, that you step forward as community members and make your interests in where this community is going to be headed next known, so that the next council can undertake to fulfill those accomplishments. While we may be a boring bunch, what's very evident if you read the strategic milestone report is that a lot has been accomplished. I want to point very specifically to this because there's a lot of social media noise going on right now about what has happened or what hasn't happened and who's to blame for what and all sorts of things. However, I think what's important to recognize is what has happened and what can be evidentially proved. And so reading the strategic milestone report would help residents understand that there have been significant accomplishments, and your money has gone to develop a community in a strategic manner that you wanted for your own safety and security to live in, and we continue to be dedicated to that outcome. And I encourage everyone to participate fully in seeing the next strategic report come out. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for those very positive and wise comments. Any other comments at this time? So, you know, just to pick up on what the deputy says, I think this is something everybody around this horseshoe and all the staff within this township should be very proud of, because this is not us and them. This is the result of a collaborative teamwork approach of us all respecting one another and staying in our lanes. Sometimes council can be the biggest hindrance to staff producing the results when we think we may know better than them, which, you know, I don't think happens that often. But anyways, I want to congratulate everybody. This is an amazing report card, and we've come a long way, but I would also encourage everybody not to take the foot off the gas, because we have another 6 months before the term ends, and it's important that we set this township up in the best shape possible for the next council in November. So thank you, Mr. Benz, and your team for everything you've done to make this possible, and I think we're well set for success moving forward in the future. If there's no other comments, then Madam Clerk, can I have a motion to receive all 4 reports, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the reports as listed under item number 12, reports of municipal officers for information only, be received.
Okay. I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Reports and announcements of members of council. Are there any updates from members of council in regards to township representatives or with our partners and agencies? Councillor Schell.
It's not a new one, but it's Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority is trying to inform the public that the waters are still high. Yeah. Stay clear.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. It's very important. The tributaries are still flowing. Lake Simcoe's up over a foot from where it should be. And people need to understand that Lake Simcoe acts as a reservoir for the waters that are coming down from the door through the Mad River and it acts as a reservoir, and they can't just release and open the locks up into the Severn without doing significant damage to the properties along the Severn River before it gets to the Georgian Bay. So be patient. The weather's turning, I think, in our direction, and we also need to respect Mother Nature, because we see how powerful she can be at times, and we don't need to be reminded of a year ago. So, and she is coming around and being more cooperative, I think. Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the Jarrett Hall is hosting their annual spring craft show on the first Saturday in May, which I guess is a week Saturday. So after you've had your pancakes at your local fire hall, then you can come to the Jarrett Hall for lunch.
Yes. Which is just to close the loop on that. All the fire halls are having a pancake breakfast the same day on May 2nd. So, you know, if you want to fast for 7 days before that Saturday in order that you have a big hunger on, then that is permitted, and the fire halls would appreciate that. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you. Mayor Greenlaw, I've got a list here, actually, May the 2nd. HVPOA in Ward 1 are having their community cleanup, and if anybody's interested in lending a hand, everyone is to meet at the Line 4 Park at 10 o'clock. The community is really excited that the HQ restaurant from Craighurst is moving in, or has moved in actually, to the old clubhouse on Highland Drive. So it's great for the community to have a restaurant that a lot of people can walk to or bike to or take their golf carts to or what have you. So that's exciting. And on Friday, they're kind of having a community welcome there. Speaker series that happen at Edie Hall. Sorry, I'm treading on your territory, but it's because my neighbor Ralph Price is arranged for a speaking engagement with regard to cope dogs and service training for cope dogs. So if anybody's interested in learning about service training for dogs, April 23rd, which is tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the Edie Hall. And then lastly, I'll be attending on Saturday from 1 to 3:30 at the Cornerstone Baptist Church is the kickoff for the annual Smiles for Amanda event. And a lot of people in the community are very familiar with the family and this tea party to raise funds for the Smiles for Amanda charity. So I'll be happy to be attending to that too. Thank you.
No, and I attended that as well in the past, and I look forward to attending again. It's an amazing event that they put on. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A few things from Simcoe County. It's the 100th year anniversary of the Simcoe Area Women's Institute. We had them speaking here earlier today, and they have a partnership program going with the Simcoe County Museum this year, so something to pay attention to. There is also a 10-year paramedic plan that has been published by the county, so you might want to take a look at that. It does highlight some of the demographic changes and the requirements for paramedic services and how they intend to handle that. I'd like to announce as well that there is a paramedic / EMS shared facility being put in Midland, and it's the continuing sort of pattern where communities get together for shared EMS services. And I'm just going to turn it over to the chief here for a moment to give us a word or two about a similar announcement in our own township. Chief,
thank you very much.
Please.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So a couple of weeks ago now, CAO Binns was approached by the county to see if there was any possibility that we would be able to accommodate them for a short to moderate term duration while they explore a permanent facility kind of along the Highway 11 corridor. So after meeting with Jane Sinclair and Sarah Mills, Chief of the Paramedic Services, we determined that there was a strong possibility that we might have something that would be desirable to them. We performed a site visit at Station 2 in East Oro, the new fire station on Line 11. And again, from that point, it was determined that that building would be somewhat suitable in the desired location for them, as well as we do have the separate living quarters that were available as a result of the WEP program that station was constructed for. So having essentially separately contained quarters and the facility of a size to accommodate them, it does seem as though we're well on our way to creating a deal and generating a lease with the county. With that being said, obviously a huge boost to the service delivery to the residents of the south side of the municipality, but we're also looking forward to it fostering the relationship between our firefighters and the county staff as well. So very positive news, and we're looking to have things formalized over the next few weeks.
Thank you very much. I think it's very positive news, and it shows how the county and the lower tier municipalities are working collaboratively together throughout Simcoe County in order to find efficiencies with the taxpayer dollars. So that's great. And sorry, continue on.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, and I think it's also very important because it allows for paramedic services to respond more quickly to those areas and gets the averages and probably more importantly, the standard deviations of the response times down. There's also a good summary on the insurance pool that the township engaged with the county in, and the other municipalities within the county and the town of Orillia, which is continuing to return about $1 million a year in insurance savings to this township. And with that, I'll stop for the moment and we'll get into the Provincial Bill 100 if there aren't any other.
So at this time, what we'll do is ask if there's any other reports from committees and agencies. If not, then we'll move to Section B under this, which I'll let the deputy provide as summary comments to an addenda item.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And this is a very important piece of legislation for a number of reasons. The province did step in to change the council sizes of two councils, one being Simcoe County, which will be reduced to 12 councillors and a warden. 16 councillors and a warden. So having said that, this requires a number of changes to be made, but I think what's important, and there is a Bill 100 called the Better Regional Governance Act out from the province. And so what this means is that with the intent of the province to implement strong chair powers at the county level, then the chair, with a weighted vote and the vote of 3 municipalities, can pass a motion. So so that's 3 of 16 municipalities, so less than a fifth of the municipalities were required to pass a motion. This is a very strong concern for rural and agricultural communities who may see much of the budget, for whatever reason, from time to time be diverted to other interests. Now, notwithstanding that we all support the provincial mandates, but we cannot lose our own identity in that process. There will be, obviously, as a result of the reduction of the number of elected representatives on council, there will be more representation through unelected officials and less democratic processes being involved in coming to decision making. The control of the budget and governance will then, of course, be focused on housing and infrastructure and not on rural and agricultural needs. It's possible that the future structure will be more expensive. As I've said before here, the least expensive representative you have and the one you can terminate every 4 years is your council member. So as we've just seen by passing the compensation for councillors, that you're not going to find an employee for $30,000 a year anywhere else. The other issue is that mayors, as similar as the case is now with the warden, who is unable to represent, for the most part, the township that they were elected to be mayor of because of the burden of the warden duties, will increase the burden on the local mayors, some of whom have indicated in the meeting about county council composition that they would require more staff in order to be able to do that job. So once again, you're replacing an elected representative with an unelected official. And then the other major concern is that there be less local representation on finance committees, economic development committees, the airport, the HR committee, and the governance committee, all of which would mean less input from us at this table to the Tier 1 representative or the Tier 1 county council. So with that, I had prepared a resolution with the assistance of the clerk. And should we read the resolution, Madam Clerk, at this moment?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Just so the members of council understand, could we read the motion now? Then I'm going to open the floor back up for any questions or comments from council members, please.
And as well, through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion is being shared for the public. Deputy Mayor Lavoie, you have a mover. You have a seconder, sorry? Seconder. Councillor Young? Okay. So moved by Lavoie, seconded by Young. Whereas the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has proposed Bill 100, the Better Regional Governance Act 2026. And whereas Bill 100 and related regulatory amendments propose changes to regional governance, including enhanced strong mayor powers, the appointment of a county warden, and governance structures that may shift decision-making authority towards larger municipalities and unelected officials. And whereas Council deems it necessary to address these matters and their political impacts on local democratic representation at the April 2022-2026 Council meeting. Now therefore be it resolved that Council direct the Mayor to write to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing on behalf of the Township in response to the provincial regulatory posting addressing the Township's perspectives on Bill 100, the Better Regional Governance Act 2026, and include as follows. The Township's preferences that Council select its Mayor and Deputy Mayor as its representative at the county level. Council's concerns regarding the introduction of strong chair powers for the county warden. Council's concern regarding the appointment of a warden rather than a selection through existing democratic processes. Council's concerns regarding the potential transfer of authority to larger municipalities and unelected officials. And a request for continued engagement and meaningful consultation with municipalities as the legislation is considered.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So now I'll open the floor for any discussions or comments or questions. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Could we have a look at the bottom of that page, please? Could we have a look at the update on the strong mayor power? My question, I read through it briefly, is where do we sit with 5 councils versus 6 and the strong mayor power? I think you'll find it at the end.
Well, as 5 councillors, so I think where you're going is the strong mayor powers of a 5-member council does not have strong mayor powers. Is that what your question's regarding?
Yes, I think I've seen that in writing.
Yeah,
Could we show it to the public?
Yeah, but we can scroll down and show the public, but I can sum it up very briefly. So if we go back from, we're 6 councillors and a mayor with a deputy mayor doing dual roles, it's total number of people on council. I'm part of council, no different than, so we are a 7-person council, even though we go to fewer wards, it still is a 7-person council. So the strong mayor powers will, unless the province amends the conditions, we will remain the ability to use strong mayor powers if so desired.
Okay. Further question then, supplemental. Is the deputy mayor not going to have a position as a ward councillor?
Not necessarily. It's not clear yet, but there would only be 1 representative at county from this council. So the initial is it would be the mayors, but they may that still hasn't been legislated. So what's been kind of initially put out is in draft form for debate and discussion. It could be the deputy mayor who sits on county. It could be a combination of one or the other. So instead of saying it is the mayor, or it could be the deputy, rather than right now it says the mayor and deputy sit on county council. So, you know, just the change of one word from and to or would allow that diversity, which may be a better path forward to leave it so it could be one or the other, because the one challenge that's going to come forward is the number of committee and board positions will now double if they restrict it just to the one representative from the township, which I don't think would be as productive.
Okay. I guess I'm having difficulty with the math. We have 5 wards.
Yes.
We have 5 councillors.
Correct.
And you're saying we're going to have a 7-member board.
Well, we're a 7-member council because council is made up of all people at the table. So mayor and deputy mayor are simply councillors. We're all the same. We all have one vote. We're all members of council. So the council number still remains to be 7.
I'm just trying to figure this out. We got 5. We got 5 wards.
Correct.
So we're going to have 5 councillors.
Right now we have 6 wards.
Yeah, but you're dropping.
Okay, but we have one council member who's fulfilling dual positions within council, which is Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
That's correct.
So you have a 6-member council and a mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now what we're going to have that was approved by this council is a 5-member council, a mayor and a deputy mayor. There's still the same number of pieces on the chessboard, and so we still are in totality a 7-member council.
I'm still having difficulty with that math. I see 5 and 1 is 6, not
5
7.
wards. You know, maybe
And
Deputy Mayor Lavoie would like to explain it differently.
Yeah. I think there's a list that the province puts out that sets out which of the municipalities has strong mayor powers.
Yes,
and that list,
I've seen that.
We're on that list.
That's correct.
And we will continue to be on that list. The only council in Simcoe County who does not have strong mayor powers is Tiny Township, because they have a 5-member council.
Yes, I think there was one other mentioned as well, but I'm still kind of lost. There's going to be 5 councillors and a mayor. That's 6.
And a deputy mayor. Next term, there will be a deputy mayor.
Oh, I see. The deputy mayor is being voted in as an independent person, and they're not going to be in charge of council or other ward or anything like that?
Yes, we passed that a while back. So
yes,
the deputy mayor position will be a sole position separate from being assigned to a ward.
Okay, that's what I want to get out for the public, because these are questions I'm being asked.
Okay. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Is everyone clear on that now? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Schell. You can refer to bylaw 2025-093 for composition of council. And the ward boundary bylaw is 2025-092. So both of them set out the terms of the wards and the composition of council.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that, Madam Clerk. I should just let you speak initially, and then everything would be much easier. Okay, so we've heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, so now we're on to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anyone would like to have pulled, other than that is a change from the direction and consideration given by staff? Seeing none, is there? So I just want to make sure I don't want to be rushing through. So may we have a motion to receive the consent agenda, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. We're now on to item 15, May we have a draft motion for 15A, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the correspondence dated April 13, 2026 from Lisa Groves, Barrie Automotive Flea Market, BAFM, request to designate events as municipal significant be received. That council designates the following events to be municipally significant. June 4th to 7th, 2026, the 42nd Annual Spring BAFM, and September 10th to the 13th, 2026, the 55th Annual Fall BAFM. And that the applicant be advised of council's decision under the Director of Operations and Community Services signature to assist in their application to the Alcohol Gaming Commission of Ontario, AGCO.
Okay, I'll open the floor for any comments or discussions on this matter. Councillor Young.
Hey, thank you, Marie. Just remind me what is the benefit to deeming it to be a significant event. I recall reading it, but I don't recall right now.
I believe it has to do with attendance, but I'll let Mr. Binns answer that question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So it's actually a procedural requirement for their special occasion permit. There isn't anything prescriptive that says there needs to be these benefits. That's why it comes to council, for council to exercise that discretion. But this is an annual practice that's been going on for a number of years.
Over half a century. Yeah. That's correct. Thank you very much for that clarity, Mr. Binns. Are there any other questions? Then I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Now we're at item 16, notice of motions. Councillor Schell has a notice of motion to be considered. Would you like to give a clear or give an overview and provide a summary of this, please?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I think the motion is pretty self-explanatory. I brought it forward March 25th to be heard last meeting, April 8th, which it didn't end up on the floor for some reason. So now it's here now. The people of the Oro Marine have been asking for us to look at protecting their water, and that's why I brought this motion forward. It's just for a report. I'm asking for a report from staff to figure out a way that we can produce a meaningful system or a meaningful inspection that's going to protect our water, and without a big cost. Personally, I did some research and I contacted 4 different septic companies that pump your septic system in your tank and inspect the systems. And when they do, 3 of the 4 provided a report, and they sent that report to the township. So in my thinking is every 3 to 5 years, it's a good thing to get your septic tank pumped. And if you're going to do that, that's the perfect time for them to give the report. It's not costing the township anything. The homeowner's paying for it. The report comes in. All I can see it costing the township is a way of managing it, like a checklist. So it shouldn't be very costly, and it's done.
Okay. No. Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Barr, did you? I have a note that you may have proposed an amendment to this.
Yes, I just wasn't sure whether the motion had to be on the floor before that, or you needed a seconder, or what the procedure is for that.
Okay. Okay. Well, you I think you were seconding it.
Yeah, I'll second it.
But okay, so I guess now I'll open the floor for discussion on this matter. Is there any comments, Councillor Bard?
Yeah, the timing is, well, it's Earth Day, so I think this is very good timing to bring this up. And we'd had a deputation last summer from some members on Bass Lake wanting us to implement a septic management or reinspection program. In their presentation, they were following up on one that had been done in 2019, and things have changed significantly since that time. We've had algae blooms on Bass Lake for the last 2 summers into the fall. Many of the surrounding municipalities have introduced septic reinspection management programs, etc. And most recently in the township of Lake of Bays, just last week, actually, they put one in to protect their waterways. And it was interesting, they seemed to rank their properties as either green, yellow, or red, kind of like a stoplight, based on how close you are to water, whether there's a permit on file, green being brand new systems, having permits on file, being far away from water, etc. I guess in a roundabout way, I'm saying that this is a concern, and I look at Earth Day and the environment about being the future, and I think we have an obligation to try to protect the future and to try to keep things fair. I'd like to propose that this report would include looking at a township-wide septic reinspection program instead of just narrowing in on the Oro-Moraine, or potentially, or at the very least, including a study on our inland lakes and streams as well. But encouraging people to manage their septic systems every 3 to 5 years, I think that's a good practice everybody should be in. And if I'd like to see the township prepare a report to see the feasibility and see if it is as simple as a little checklist that we're getting a private contractor to look into. So I guess my friendly amendment would be to consider a township-wide or a Bass Lake included in this report.
I think, and I appreciate your comments. I think, you know, my concern is the capacity and competency, and what I say is because our source water protection, we get the SSCA to implement within the township. This to me, I think the report needs to come from the experts, which are the conservation authorities, that it's in their wheelhouse and they are staffed and equipped to do the analysis. So I know Lake Simcoe has their program that's based upon studies and analysis that have been done, and they put a 100-meter setback from flowing tributaries or the lake itself. So there's a reason they've set those parameters, I'm quite sure. And I think we need to understand those, and maybe it would be better for the report, rather we should be asking or going back to the CAs, and the CA that oversees the moraine area is the NVCA, and ask them if they can provide us the analysis and reports that would give us guidance as to whether or not this is something that needs to be done. And I'm fully in support of the environmental component and us protecting the world, the earth moving forward. But what's also going to be deemed is this by some that this is just another tax grab. And I don't want to get, you know, into the minutia, but I think those are the things that's before we implement a township-wide septic inspection program, we need to justify why it needs to be done. And this, I would think the conservation authorities, who we invest in significantly, would be able to provide that analysis and information back to us so we can move forward. Council. Yes, sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that we have these conservation authorities. I also seen that this is making this into more of an hydrogeological study, which would be very expensive, that I'm sure would come back to us somehow. I know we're paying money right now, but I think it would come back to us and would be more expensive. I think what we're looking for is to compare what other municipalities are doing. And I think we would find, asking the staff to sort of peer review other municipalities, talk with some of our neighboring municipalities, that 100-meter setback is likely in most. And we have wetlands everywhere. So I would be willing to change that amendment to saying any property within 100 meters of a water course, including a wetland, which would cover, I think, a lot of our township at this point. So I want to avoid some hydrogeological study. I don't think we want to get the conservation authorities involved when we have municipalities around us that are currently doing this.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw. So Councillor Shell, I think your focus is more on the moraine itself. From the way that I read the motion is that there's the concern specifically moraine related versus perhaps what you're speaking to, Councillor Bard, which is waterways and the tributaries, and they're all interconnected. So I get the I get the idea of sort of the township wide piece. So yeah, I think we want to avoid, two things: the big expensive reports. If we can use our partners that we're already supplying significant funds to access information, perhaps that staff can then use and do some comparisons. I think the other concern is we're a very unique township in that I don't know what comparators would be out there that we could use. There's Oak Ridges and there's other moraines as well, but I'm just trying to get my head around sort of what the scope of it would be, whether it should be township wide, whether it should be moraine specific. Who do we bring in to help pull a report together without a great deal of expense? And also, it resonates with me, the statement from yourself, Mayor Greenlaw, some people will not take kindly to sort of a township-wide requirement. And then as well, how do we at the township manage the whole process of septic inspection and making sure people are compliant, that they've been staying within the 4 or 5 year pump out requirement. So I think it's pretty it's more complicated than just on its face. But I do, I am in support of having a look to make sure that we are protecting the moraine from this specific issue. There's lots of other things putting pressure on the moraine as well, not just septics.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Young, and then Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you, Mayor. Just so everybody knows, I've been working on this for a couple of months, but I've been sidetracked on another, writing a report. But in any event, I've got verbal matters half finished, and the bylaw itself that in terms of waterways, and as Rick's mentioned here about the moraine, and as John's mentioned, the waterways, I briefly spoke to you about that some time ago. But any event, I've also had difficulty with the Cole report where it was sanctioned or approved in principle by the previous council to dump effluent into the Coldwater River. And it's always bothered me. I mean, given what's occurring now with septic beds and I should say tile beds, there's no need to do it. And to me, just on the surface, it doesn't make sense to do so on that. So I'm going to propose with the township clerk's assistance. I've got a half a bylaw drafted, but if you can assist me in drafting and put some formality, or I guess, into it. But just so you know, it's coming next. I'm going to put on the next agenda if I can to do so. So that's what's forthcoming. And again, it's they talk about simulation in there. We all know that it's a spawning beds for the salmon and
Councillor Young, but I think, I want to keep us on track, talking about the Coldwater River and the effluent that is, that was regarding a pipe that was proposed last term of council, and that's not moving forward at this point in time. So I'd like to stay focused on Councillor Shell's motion and what it's pertaining to.
Sure. Just so you know, it was approved in principle by the previous council. In any event, I understand what you're saying, sort of thing. Next council, I'll bring it up.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to back out for a moment here. The township septic program is in fact the septic program of the Ontario Building Code. This was founded on the basis of environmental, ecological, and scientific information. It wasn't based, on a feeling that we should be doing something township-wide. And it would be my preference, as the mayor has highlighted, to rely on science and on the ecological requirements of the moraine, if in fact, which is what the main motion currently is about, and find reason to do so, because I can tell you that operating a septic system under the auspices of the Ontario Building Code is neither expensive nor easy. So it's not simply a checklist, and it won't be something that you'll necessarily enjoy paying for each year. And it does come with a fair amount of additional guidance, such as proof of annual maintenance. You're probably, for people with binary systems or systems that involve more than a simple mound with pipes in it, you're probably talking in the neighborhood of $250 to $300 a year to maintain it. There's no evidence presently presented that suggests that the Oro-Moraine is in any danger from effluent discharge into septic systems in its water discharge. And the Oro-Moraine, I think we have to be very careful about. We put a motion before County Council, which really hasn't been dealt with in its entirety yet, that suggests that the moraine is something that many municipalities ought to be involved in, and not just our own. So with that, I had prepared an amendment, a primary amendment, if you will, to the main motion that I would like to introduce, that would refer a report to the conservation authorities, because they are the source water protection authority for us. We don't have the scientific, engineering, or technical expertise to undertake what the main motion asks for, which is to contribute to the projection of groundwater resources. We have no way to evaluate that, because we don't know what the current situation is, and we don't know what the state it is that we're wishing to achieve through this motion. So with that, I have a motion here which has been presented to the...
Excuse me.
No, I just let him finish, if you don't mind, and then I've recognized your cards up.
But we're dealing with a motion that's on the floor. I brought this motion forward 2 meetings ago. You're bringing forward a motion now and wanting to put it in to interfere with mine. I don't appreciate that, and I think it's out of order. Where's the protocol?
Was the motion shared?
I did share.
You shared with Councillor Schell. Did you see the motion?
I read it, yes.
Okay, well, it's not blind. I don't think that. Did you respond to him about the motion?
No, I did not.
Okay. Then I'm going to let Deputy Mayor Lavoie finish speaking, and then I will come back to you.
Excuse me. Is this protocol?
I will refer to the mayor, who's the chair of the meeting.
I guess what and I don't want to break procedure. If we need to vote on a motion before we consider another, I think what Deputy Mayor Lavoie is trying to do is explain what he would see as a more advantageous motion to provide what was initially introduced by Councillor Schell. So,
well, if I may speak to that, then he's not speaking to my motion, he's adding his own. I would like my motion dealt with first.
Okay, that's fine.
I still have the floor.
Yes, but I'm going to let the deputy finish, his comments, and then we will.
And the procedural bylaw does allow for a substitute.
Yeah.
At council's
Thank you.
decision.
Yeah, which was going to be my response. The procedural bylaw permits a primary amendment to replace the initial motion. So that's what I'm doing. So it is in accordance with the procedure. So I would like to I'd like to put on the floor this primary amendment, which is to replace the original motion. And if it fails, then we return to the main motion, which is your motion, Councillor Schell. So having said that, could I have a seconder, please, so Councillor Clark is seconding the primary amendment.
Okay. And Councillor Clark, would you like to speak? Or sorry, I just before I don't want to. Is it okay? Are you done?
Yes, because
okay.
I'd like to read the amendment into onto the floor.
Okay, and we'll do that after Councillor Clark has a chance to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think it's important for all of us to remember here that we're trying to achieve the same result, and we're just trying to argue over what's the best mechanism in order to protect the resources that we have. So I think it's not whether who brought which motion. I think it's the idea that, hey, the end goal is the same. How do we get there? How do we do it efficiently and effectively? Because at the end of the day, we can make a township-wide, proclamation that everyone has to have their septic. But if that doesn't actually have an effect, what have we accomplished? I think that's an important thing to remember. We want to be effective, and we want to achieve a goal that I think we're all trying to work towards, which is protecting our source water. How do we best achieve that?
Thank you for the comments. And then, Madam Clerk, do you or the deputy, do you want to read the motion that the deputy mayor is introducing?
Yes, I can, and we can share that on the screen as well. Do we have a mover and a seconder?
The mover was Deputy Mayor Lavoie, and the seconder was Councillor Clark.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Lavoie and seconded by Clark. Whereas this motion is offered to substitute the notice of motion, main motion, which directs Oro-Medonte staff to report to council on the feasibility, potential environmental benefits, and resource implications of extending the township's septic reinspection program currently implemented in the Lake Simcoe watershed to properties within the Oro-Moraine area, and that the report outlines the options for implementation with timelines and how such an inspection program would contribute to the protection of groundwater resources within Oro-Moraine and broader watershed systems connected to it. And whereas it should be recognized that the township's septic reinspection program in paragraph 1 above is legislated within the Ontario Building Code. And whereas the Township of Oro-Medonte does not have within its organization the authority or competence to conduct such water source protection work as would be required for the fulfillment of the notice of motion, the main motion. And whereas source water protection authorities are local source protection committees, environmental associations, and conservation authorities, together known as the authorities. And whereas the watersheds of the Oro-Moraine lie and extend into 2 or more of the authorities' jurisdictions and are the water sources for many municipalities that should contribute to such a report as they would benefit from it. And whereas the authorities operate under the Clean Waters Act, have knowledge of their local watershed, have the scientific, engineering, and technical capacity and competence within their organizations to study source water protection, and are the appropriate agencies to report on and make recommendations to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the Ministry of Environmental Conservation and Parks, and to the affected municipalities for such matters. Now therefore be it resolved that this motion substitute the notice of motion, main motion, and that this substitution motion be tabled at the appropriate conservation authorities, the authority for consideration, and that the authority be requested to provide the expert report set out in paragraph 1 above, and that the authority confirm by way of motion and vote whether it intends to take up such a report, and that if the authority fails to take up such a motion or report, that it provide reasons to the township for such a decision.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So at this time, I'll take questions or comments or discussion regarding the motion that's on the floor. Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Forgive me for just seeing this now. It seems to be going in a different direction. I envision this, that people should be getting their septic pumped or their tanks pumped every 3 to 5 years. The contractor who is doing that is qualified to say, hey, this needs to be fixed or it doesn't need to be fixed. And they give that as a piece of paper to the homeowner. The homeowner then files it to the township saying, my septic's in good working order. So I think the spirit of Councillor Schell's motion was that we wanted septic tanks inspected to make sure that they're working properly. And this seems to be turning into, if the conservation authorities are the experts on clean water and getting into the rivers, and if they have the desire to take this motion, but they might not, and then we're not getting anywhere. And that is really my concern, that this isn't going to go anywhere, and it's going to be recommended that some flyer gets passed out that says, hey, everybody, clean out your septic tanks. That's my concern.
Well, I don't, and I'm not saying I not totally agree with you, because I think what the deputy's introducing is that, you know, we're a council that should be making decisions on fact-based evidence. And we don't have the facts that say from the conservation authorities who overlook these matters and have the expertise. We don't have the facts to prove that is the case. So I know Brent Spagnell, sorry, and I will get to Brent Spagnell wants to comment on this, so I'd like to just get his comment at this time, and then I'll go to the Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Mayor Greenlaw, maybe if I can start, I think I'd just highlight that it isn't as simple as having a septic tank company just look at the tank. It would fall under building code requirement, and as such, the township would have a responsibility to ensure appropriate due diligence, because if there was anything that happened and we conducted an inspection or a third party conducted an inspection, we would very likely find ourselves on the end of a lawsuit potentially. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Spagnell, and I think Mr. McCartney's our chief building official is also participating in the meeting to share the legislative context.
Thank you. Mr. Spagnell.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. And I think just to reiterate that point, it's once the record of, I guess, the issue with the septic system becomes knowledge to the chief building official or the municipality, there is an obligation, as Mr. Binns has indicated, for the municipality to follow up for code compliance. So that is where the resources come into play. The ability to review such a widespread initiative really does come to question. And I would just again turn it over to Mr. McCartney if he has any further comments related to building code compliance and the role and the process that the municipality currently undertakes with septic inspection. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCartney.
Thank you, Your Worship. So speaking to the building code does allow for a discretionary program to be initiated by passing of a bylaw. When that occurs, there are requirements within the Ontario Building Code that would be required to be met under Section 8.9 of the Ontario Building Code. That's maintenance and operation and all that sort of stuff. So as soon as that does occur, as Mr. Binns mentioned, it would then be under the scrutiny of the Ontario Building Code. There isn't really a halfway about it. So that would be the direction that it would go in the case of a discretionary program. It is also really important to understand, and we deal with this a lot, when we have failed systems, and we have a very good group of responsible homeowners here and very educated homeowners here in Oro-Medonte that maintain their systems very well and are aware of sewage systems, and we get complaints, we get concerns, and the building code allows us to deal with issues related to unsafe septic systems immediately. And that's not something we take lightly. They immediately get unsafe orders. We are acting upon these issues right away because we are very aware of the environmental concerns there. So that is the environmental piece that this is all anchored upon is of utmost concern for the building code as well, and that's where those objectives and functional statements are anchored as well. So all that being said, we would have the capacity to do so, but it would be a result of a full program. There is approximately 10,500 sewage systems in the municipality right now. There is I believe there is about 1,800 that we inspect through the current maintenance program, and there's just under 3,000 properties that are within that maintenance program. So we look after, I'm going to say, about a quarter, 25% of what it is now, and it is an absolute beast of a program. So administratively, and boots on the ground, program for an entire municipality would be, it would take some administrative work for sure, and it's not something we would have the capacity to deal with at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments, Mr. McCartney. So I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Lavoie and then back to Councillor Schell.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I by all means, I mean, I would like to see and ensure that our source water is protected as well. I think the issue here is what I'm trying to bring forth is what has been reinforced by Mr. McCartney and Mr. Spagnol, which is that we're not talking about a checklist item. We're talking about a big program that falls under legislative authority. And there's no medium here, so no happy medium is probably the better way to put it. So, I mean, we could amend something to suggest that our own staff provide a report just indicating what it would mean to the township to do this in the first instance as the first step. Because it's very clear that the main motion is looking for something that's implemented in the Lake Simcoe watershed, and that falls under the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, and it falls under the Ontario Building Code, and it has very stringent engineering, inspection, and maintenance and operation requirements. And many houses may have too many occupants for the septic systems that they have, and we're going to have to do all sorts of determinations of all of these septic systems that are beyond the original design, that have been stretched out because people have expanded their homes, maybe at a time when they didn't think about increasing the size of their septic system. So there's going to be a lot of knock-on effects here that we need to be very careful of. So maybe asking for a report from our own internal staff, not a technical report, not a report that would involve protection of the environment or anything else, but just to say, what does it mean to us to do what we're doing on Lake Simcoe if we were to adopt that either on the marine or on the 10,500, let alone the larger septic beds that we may have that are communal, or the new ones that are going, or the new systems that are going in up in Eagles Rest and places like that. I mean, this has very potentially broad implications. So with that, I'll surrender.
Okay, Councillor Shaw.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Mr. Spagnell or Mr. McCartney, who is most qualified and certified to inspect septic tanks and systems?
Mayor Greenlaw, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll let Mr. McCartney answer. He's the chief building official.
Yeah, I can certainly take that through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Shell. So, in regards to sewage systems, there is building code qualification in regards to sewage systems, which requires that training and certification to be qualified in order to do design, inspect, or install. That is the sole qualification. Engineers may also provide that, provided they work within that practice. That is the qualification that is carried by all of our inspectors, as well as legal certifications as well. So, if I may, just adding to Councillor Shell's comment, hopefully that's not out of line. The last time we did talk about the maintenance program in general, I did want to just take a moment to highlight some of the things that the township has done to increase the level of education throughout the township. We have our septic maintenance and safety webpage, which has had a lot of work done to it. We handed out a whack of magnets and all that sort of stuff at an educational day with the source water protection folks. And there's a lot of good media and information on our webpage for that. And we have found that is some of the most important stuff when it comes to these septic systems. Deputy Mayor Lavoie mentioned they're not all the same. They sort of all operate the same, but they are all very unique, and the education piece is very significant.
Thank you. I understand that. The reason I asked that question is do we have staff that are qualified to go and do that? I guess that's why I asked the question, because if we don't have the staff and we have to hire somebody to come in and do it, I guess I'm going to carry on here for a second. I would consider a person that designs and installs septic systems and pumps them out is probably more qualified even than the guys taking care of the conservation authorities. They're not doing that every day. These guys do that every day. Who's more qualified? Why are we thinking about going to the conservation authorities? They haven't got time for that. I will bring it to our Nottawasaga Valley Conservation meeting on Friday and ask them what they would do. But I'm rambling here, but I think Mr. Binns, you have something to say?
Councillor Shell, I was just trying to, listening to council, I think Councillor Clark hit the nail on the head with the objective. And we've heard a number of different things with 100 meters from a water course, the moraine, a number of other considerations. And now we're getting into kind of the administration of what a program would look like. And I think the suggestion to maybe take some of that and look at a motion that would provide the direction to staff to come back to highlight, and I think Councillor Bard, you had highlighted Lake of Bays and some other municipalities. So for us to look at that administration, I think the other piece here is the cost and benefit side of the equation, and the cost, Councillor Shell, as you outlined, would be borne by the homeowner, whether it's an inspector, whether a township staff, whether it's a third-party engineer, like the case of a tiny township, or it's something else. The benefit piece is the the piece, I think, Debbie, that you're trying to highlight is that what are the outcomes and the environmental ecological benefits of the program that residents would have to pay for. So I think there's a number of elements, as well as engaging the community, if this was to be considered, that would be part of how this should move forward. So if council would entertain a motion that would capture that sentiment, we could come back as a first step to give you more information to the best that we can with some of the science that may be there, and maybe we can garner some of that from the CAs, and then look at some options for whether it's township-wide, whether it's on the moraine, whether it's 100 meters from a water course.
Thank you. I think you'll find that is what's in my asking for a report. Plain and simple. It's nothing.
No, but I think, and maybe it's a two-pronged report, and its staff can look into what the cost is implementing, but I think we still need to get report from the NBCA, because do they have programs in other municipalities that they implement in regards to this matter? Because RCA does have one, but it's based upon, and their findings are it's 100 meters from an open tributary or the lake. They don't see the need for it to be throughout the whole township. So I'll go to Councillor Clark and then back to Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to my colleagues here, and I think there's an important distinction here. I agree, Councillor Schell, the individuals who have their qualifications are the best people to inspect parts of the system. And what Deputy Mayor Lavoie and myself have kind of argued is, okay, that's great, we can look at the part of the system, but what is the effect of the system of parts on the environment? And the people who can best qualify to answer that question has nothing to do with the septic installers or inspectors. It's actually the people who monitor the environment, not necessarily so to Mr. Bin's point, we're really looking for two things. We're looking for the basic question of, does a septic inspection program provide a tangible benefit to the residents of Oro-Medonte from an ecological perspective? Does it protect source water? And secondly, if the answer to that question is yes, there's risk there, and we should do something to prevent that risk from leaching into our groundwater. The second thing is, what is the feasibility of the township taking on that level of, because we're talking about introducing a new service level. We are introducing a new service level township-wide, but first we need to understand if that's something that's attainable. Can we actually remove more risk than we currently have by having a township-wide inspection? And B, what's the cost to, let's say there's a 0.01% risk right now of a catastrophic failure that ruins groundwater in Oro-Medonte. If we move it to a 0.001, but it costs $1 million or $2 million a year, is that enough of a benefit? So there's really two things that we're talking about, but we need to engage the right people to understand the system level question. What is the risk to our groundwater? And is this the best mechanism to prevent a disaster? And then obviously, what's the feasibility for that to take place in the township?
Thank you, Councillor Clark, for that.
Are you responding to his question? Because
Yes.
I was going to Deputy Mayor Lavoie, but okay, so I'll let you respond.
He was responding. I agree with what you're saying, except for one thing. Number one, when a septic system is designed and prepared to go in, it needs to meet the requirements at that time of where it's going and does it fit in that category. So it's already designed to fit. Now we're just doing a follow-up on reinspection to make sure that everything that went in is good. And 100 feet from the water course, I can take you to places anywhere in Oro-Medonte where you're up at a high elevation in sand and you got water flowing. Where's it coming from and where's it going to?
Councillor Clark.
That's Mr. McCartney can probably answer the first part of this a little bit better than I can, but you have to be very careful unless there's a catastrophic threat to safety. If the system was designed and was okay at the time of the building code, then it's grandfathered in, even if the requirements have changed, as long as it's still operating correctly. unless there's a catastrophic failure, right? You're going to have a hard time arguing to change a septic system based on an approved design, provided that it's still working as intended. So, and to your point, yes, but I need someone who has the expertise to tell me, yes, there's a risk at that high elevation to leach into the groundwater. Like I would like someone to give me the data and facts that say, yes, there is an ecological risk if we don't inspect that septic tank that's more than 100 meters away from a water course.
Okay, thank you. So Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't want to go around in circles here. I think what we have to make sure we do is we set out fairly clearly what problem it is that we're providing a solution to. And if it's just general risk, then we need to know that it's just general risk. We're not, notwithstanding the issues around Bass Lake, there's something else in that that's more specific than this. And, you know, as recently as since, and Mr. McCartney, I think you know the answer to this question, but as recently as within the last 10 years, the septic system program became implemented along the Lake Simcoe, in the Lake Simcoe watershed. So, you know, that's relatively new. And certainly I can tell you, you know, my septic bed is within 100 feet of the lake, and neither the designers of that system nor the installers of that system have an issue with where it's placed. So clearly the science, the biology, the ecology have all been addressed in that design. It's not about, you know, creating a situation where water's flowing in this direction, we need to do something about it. Something has been done about it. These systems have been designed. I don't want to create a situation where we're relying on rhetoric and concern and things that have no scientific basis upon which to enter into a widespread program that's going to cost residents a lot of money. It's going to cost the township a lot of money to manage, and it's going to require enforcement and vigilance from now and on into the future. And with that, I'll yield.
Okay, thank you. No, so Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So the simple question that we're asking then the conservation authorities, does a faulty septic system negatively impact the environment to the local people? Is that, or am I oversimplifying that? I think we're looking for people that have faulty systems and we want them to fix them. And some people aren't going to want to voluntarily do that. So if the science we're looking for, does a faulty system cause a problem?
But the inspection program under the LSRCEA model is a significant cost to the homeowner. Like they'll deem it as significant. So if they're properly maintaining and monitoring, which I think is the vast majority, we're penalizing all of them because there may be 1, 2, maybe 3 faulty systems that people are being ignorant of. So I still think at the end of the day, this motion was brought forward, I believe initially, to deal with the moraine and the fact of faulty systems over top of the moraine affecting the aquifer. And where we are now is we're saying, okay, as responsible stewards, as councillors, we want to ensure that, but we need to get the data and the facts first before we implement a program that is going to be a significant cost to us, increasing staff to manage it and monitor it, and it'll be a cost also onto our constituents that I'm going to say many of them will deem as nothing more than a tax grab. So that said, if there was any CAO and then Councillor Schell, and then I think we need to decide what motion we're going to put on the floor, vote and move forward.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. That's what I was going to suggest. There's a couple of amendments here, and certainly staff have heard the discussion from council. There's two amendments that are on the floor. Madam Clerk has made an amendment to Councillor Schell's original motion reflecting Councillor Bard's amendment, and I think the Deputy, your points in your motion around the science, and certainly, you know, as I said previously, if the direction was to staff to come back with a report, we could look at how that could be carved out. The science piece is a harder piece to quantify. I mean, we would rely on our conservation authorities and we would seek whatever scientific information they have. There may also be some empirical information from those municipalities that have implemented a program, and in doing that, how many faulty systems did they see? Some of those kinds of things to try and make the benefits a little more tangible. But we can provide that really high-level report that would maybe share a little bit more insight for more direction from council. And I think in consolidating the amendments, we can do that pretty simply, and then come back with more information. But certainly, really good discussion around a pretty complex issue as well.
So just to be clear, so I think what you're suggesting is we take a two-pronged approach to this. One is the staff to come back with a report, and also, if possible, Councillor Schell goes back to the NVCA and asks them if they can provide some technical data that will, or I'm asking, is that?
Your worship, through the conservation authorities, we would seek that scientific evidence from them. The SSEA is another organization, and then any provincial guidance on the matter as well.
And you may want to reach out to LSRCA as well, just to you know, we already know their model, so it may be unnecessary. But the SSEA is the source water protection agent that we use in the township for the majority. So does that suffice, council? And I'll go back to Councillor Schell, who wants to speak one more time before we.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Binns. May I suggest that we maybe try and keep this very simple and see if you feel, or Mr. McCartney and Mr. Spangle feel, that a septic pumping inspection report that comes into you saying that everything is good, that should be the closest I think you can get to start with. That could be, okay, they're going to throw up a red flag, or they're going to say, no, it's not. And I can tell you from experience, what they're going to be looking for when they lift both lids off that tank, is there any solids getting from chamber 1 into chamber 2? Then they know there's a baffle problem in there. Further, if the baffle going out is broken or missing, solids are going to go out into the tank, or out into the tile bed. Another red flag. Those are the things that they would notice right away. Plus, I would think that the number of tanks, and like, they're right there, as I say, they're the first responders. They're walking those tile beds, they're walking on them. They know. They should know. And they're certified and qualified. So if we could, and those reports are going to come in from them. They send them in. The ones I talk to, they send them to the township. And that's the homeowners paying them to come and pump their tank. And the report's included. So it's no extra charge. It's a no-brainer. And it's done every 3 to 5 years. If that comes in and you've got that tally, it should be fairly simple to flag things. And then you can go into the details if you have to. That's all I'm asking. So I'm just asking for that kind of a report. Thank you.
CO Binns.
Mr. Mayor, there's a couple elements just to that point. There's an inspection and then a maintenance piece. So it's not, as I said, just it's not that simple. And the municipality does have a level of due diligence that is required as well. So, but I think the points are well taken, and we have drafted a motion, understanding that there's multiple amendments. So if council would entertain trying to consolidate what we've heard into a motion for your consideration, I'll ask Ms. Aubuchon to read the motion. Thank you.
I can share it after, but if I can just read it now. So moved by shall, so back to the main notice of motion, the main motion. Moved by shall, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that staff be directed to report to council on the feasibility, potential environmental benefits, and resource implications of extending the township's septic reinspection program currently implemented in the Lake Simcoe watershed to properties within the township of Oro-Medonte area. That's to speak to Councillor Bard's friendly amendment that he wished to have. And that the report outlines the options for implementation with cost, timelines, and how such an inspection program would contribute to the protection of groundwater resources within the township and broader watershed systems connected to it. Councillor Schell, are you happy with that motion being your main motion?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I refer to you.
Yes. I'll open the floor to discuss the motion that's been read. So it's basically saying we're gonna our staff do a report, come back on the cost and the feasibility and of such a program. Is there within that we are also going to reach out to the NVCA for some? That's okay. So okay, Councillor Bard.
Sorry, I hope, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'm wondering if part of my understanding of this is the term reinspection versus maintenance. Is building department taking a different, like a more specific, the same thing, reinspection and maintenance?
If I may, it's
please, Gary.
Gary McCartney, yes. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw and Councillor Bard. There are many different names depending on what municipality you're with. The purpose of the inspection and the requirements of the inspections, regardless of the title, would be the same, whether it's maintenance program, reinspection program. Depends on the municipality, what they've titled it or coined it.
Okay. Any other questions at this time? Are we fine with the motion as it sits? If so, then yep. Can you? While you, the deputy mayor would like to make one more comment if possible.
Yeah, just with respect to the motion that's currently before us. The one you just described. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, we have to back out of this cautiously. Yes, yes. I just wanted to make sure that we understood within this current motion that we're discussing that we're looking at the administrative implications and the legal implications that would arise if the township were to endorse such a program either on the Moraine or, and in this case, I guess, township-wide over the 10,500 septic systems.
I can speak to that, Mayor Greenlaw. Certainly, Deputy, that would be the kind of high-level analysis to say on those basis, then how would the program be structured and administered, looking at benchmarks, looking at all of those elements.
Thank you, CEO.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Through you to maybe staff on this, what kind of comment would be potentially available within staff's expertise on providing potential environmental benefits? I'm still just not positive that that's something that we get from a staff report. Because it's like if we compare it to other municipalities, for example, for Lake of Bays, and they say, yep, we've implemented this new inspection program and we've found one faulty septic. Okay, great, but that doesn't really speak to the environmental impact of one faulty septic when there's different hydrogeological conditions that are in Lake of Bays versus in Oro-Medonte.
CO Benz?
Good question, and that's certainly...
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. McCartney.
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw. The staff that we have would not speak to the environmental. We would only be speaking to what we have experience and qualification in. Any environmental would be through consultation with the local conservation authorities only.
And I would just add to that end, in consultation with, appropriate ministries, there's probably been some research that's been done. I mean, our role would really just be to do that outreach and provide whatever information is available. And it may be, very high level, and it may be something that would be really hard to be able to kind of make tangible in terms of the benefits, but we would highlight that in the report.
Which I think is the original objective of the report, is to deal with the environment. So that's why it's important that this is something that we need to have the technical data and backing from the conservation and environmental associations. Okay.
Mr. Maybe,
You're just gonna make
Mr.
an
Mayor,
amendment, yeah.
if we could
Yeah.
maybe have a minute, we're going to try and capture the in consultation piece with our conservation authorities.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to suggest. We're going to take a 2-minute, 3-minute break, or so just if everyone just shut their mics and cameras off, we're going to recess until the clerk and the CO can draft up the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and welcome back, everyone. So I'm going to ask the clerk first to speak to how we're going to navigate this, because there was the original motion, an amendment motion floored, and I know Councillor Bard had an amendment to the original motion. So I think it's important that we procedurally navigate our way back out by using the GPS skills of our clerk.
Yes. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. So normally we would have the amendment to the main motion, and then obviously the substitution came forward, so that takes precedence now to be spoken to. So if council has now agreed collectively to one motion, so thank you for that. So we will have the deputy, we'll ask the deputy if he is happy to withdraw his motion. And if he's happy to do that, we will work from there backwards to ensure that Councillor Bard's motion or intention is included in the main motion that we're going to read. So we'll go from there.
Okay. So first and foremost, Deputy Mayor, are you okay with withdrawing your motion?
I am.
Okay, thank you. And then Councillor Bard, is the amendment that you wanted or what you want included, is it within the current motion?
It is, thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for your collective effort on that.
And then, so Madam Clerk, do you want to read the motion and then we can call the vote?
So moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. Sorry, if we can go back to the main motion, and Councillor Shell, you indicated earlier that you were happy. Have you had a chance to read the main motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. I accept it.
And you can confirm. Okay, thank you. So moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that staff, in consultation with the local conservation authorities and Severn Sound Environmental Association, be directed to report to council on the feasibility, potential environmental benefits, and resource implications of extending the township septic reinspection program currently implemented in the Lake Simcoe watershed to properties within the township of Oro-Medonte area, and that the report outline the options for implementation with costs, timelines, and how such an inspection program would contribute to the protection of groundwater resources within the township and broader watershed systems connected to it.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I am going to open for any questions regarding this motion itself, if there's any discussion. We spent a lot of time on this. I want to make sure we get this right. And is there any comments or discussions in regards to what's before us right now? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify what is meant by the term resource implications. Are those environmental resources? Are those the resources of the township? Are they the resources of the electorate? So I guess I'm putting the question to the mover in this case, and then maybe we could clarify that in the language.
Councillor Shell.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
Oh, no problem. Where it says potential environmental benefits and resource implications, as is highlighted up there, what is meant by resource implications? Are those natural resources, economic resources, resources of the township, or resources of the electorate?
They would be most, I'm going to say they'd be mostly what it's going to, our resources, what resources we have and our cost.
Financial?
Deputy Mayor, maybe to clarify, I think it was there was a comment made previously about service levels. So maybe if we, for clarity, I think if it said service levels, I think that captures the intent that Councillor Shell had highlighted.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, our resources. Yeah. Thank you.
And you need an,
And I just had one other comment.
yeah, please go ahead, Deputy.
And I just wanted to set out, perhaps in the second paragraph, somewhere after, for the implementation with costs, and I'd like to put in legal risk. And that just caused me to think of one more thing. Each home builder now would have a different obligation, potentially, under the law when applying for a permit to build a home. I'm just wondering whether there's an implication there or not, and perhaps Director Spagnol could comment on that, or maybe defer it for comment in the report itself.
Yeah, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Deputy Mayor Lavoie, I would say that we just refer that for comment in the report as it relates to what the impact would be to each individual property owner. And I think Mr. McCartney was going to add something as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Spagnol. Mr. McCartney?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Deputy Mayor. Any new builds would be subject to the minimum requirements of the Ontario Building Code, which would supersede any township bylaw passed for the purpose of maintenance program.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that clarity. Okay, is there any other discussions regarding this motion? And everyone's fine with the adjustments we've made, the wording adjustments, wordsmithing. Councillor Bard, are you fine? And it included what you were wanting to amend earlier?
Yes, thank you everybody for your time and attention to this. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So.
Yes, I agree as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to call the vote. Everyone get your cards. All in favor? That is carried. Now, you know what? This was great discussion, and I think we got to a much better spot than what was initially potentially, and democracy's messy at times, but this works, and I want to thank everybody for their input and understanding. Okay, so now we will move on to 17. Could we have the draft bylaws, Madam Clerk? The draft bylaw, 17A.
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2026-042, a bylaw to provide for remuneration and expenses for members of council and council's appointees to local boards and committees, technical support groups, and expenses for employees, and to repeal bylaw numbers 2024-051 and 2025-107. Remuneration and expenses bylaw be passed in open council on the 22nd day of April 2026.
Thank you very much. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none opposed. That's carried. Item 18, closed session. We dealt with at the front of the meeting. May we have a draft motion for the confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2026-046, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, be passed in open council on the 22nd day of April 2026.
All in favor? That is carried, and we have a motion to adjourn.
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 7:03 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Have yourself a great week and enjoy the warmer